I'm not sure now, but they were also been grinding the qualifiers like us, and I think they're on the same path as us. Like they're trying to find their phase. Like they obviously have a new player. I think Jaquinho is playing the main op now. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a great match to watch for sure.
Yeah, when I was speaking to Jaquinho, he was saying that he sees a lot of similarities in terms of you two as a squad, still finding the style as well. So speaking of your style, what's kind of the vision for Mousesports? Where are you sort of hoping to get in terms of creating this style and this team dynamic together?
I think what we're looking for is just trying to like master our defaults on our maps and just build on that. Like I think we are like our team shouldn't worry about like individuals here, since like we have insanely skilled players, and yeah, we just need to work like on like team things, you know, like teamwork, stuff like that. Like bootcamp obviously would help a lot, as I said a lot of times.
Yeah, looking forward to the other teams at Flashpoint 3. Who do you view as your biggest rivals coming into the competition?
Coming into Flashpoint, I don't think we have any rivals. Like, there's a lot of teams which I think we could not easily, but we could beat. And from my point of view, I'm not worried about like anybody. Like if we play how we normally play, I think we should have a good result.
Well, thank you so much, Frozen, for taking the time to have a chat with me, and best of luck as we head into Flashpoint 3.
Thank you as well.
We are starting with our second best of the 3 of the day, and joining us fresh from his casting experience is Launders. How was your casting experience, Launders?
I don't do play-by-play ever. So because Scrawny just does a little play-by-play. So he's like my Brolin. You know what I mean? Carries me through the cast usually. So this was a new experience, but it was fun.
Are you golden then?
That's what would make me golden, yeah. I don't have the nice curls. That's the only problem.
Just the stats.
Just this. Hey,
What?
we'll talk about that later.
I also like that when we flank Maui, because we make like the Maui Valley, in the middle. What's your favorite valley on the island of Maui?
The valleys on Maui.
I need you
How
to
about we just bring
prove
it back
that
to
you
LA? I like the San Gabriel Valley over here personally.
Oh, come on!
Pandering.
What's up? No one likes the valley in Los Angeles.
Not the one to the north, the San Gabriel Valley to the east, where all the Chinese food is.
Okay.
I like all the Korean barbecues there.
You don't like the valley, you just like the restaurants that are in the valley.
That's usually Maui when he talks about areas. Yeah, it comes down to the food.
It is all about the
What's
food.
your favorite restaurant in the Valley of Maui, also known as the San Gabriel?
We're encroaching on
Yeah,
his
this is getting all over the
knowledge.
place. I can't even remember the names, honestly. They all have
Oh
Chinese.
my God.
Well,
All right.
it's because I go to the places that have Chinese names, and it's difficult.
You just say that you like those restaurants. You can't even name one restaurant.
Okay,
that you
I'll
like.
just throw out Bistro Na, I guess.
There
Sure,
you go.
I'll just
There
throw
you
it out
go.
there, sure.
It wasn't so hard. Was
Yeah.
it?
That's one of Monty's favorites, actually.
I've never been there, but now at least I have a recommendation. Took a while. It took a while to get one, but we got there eventually. All right, let's talk about this next match now. It's going to be Fnatic versus Mousesports, and not Chinese food in Southern California. So, Fnatic, let's start with them, gentlemen, because this is a team that really hasn't been super great over the last year. It's not that they've been bad, it's just their performance has been rather middling, and it stayed rather middling the entire time. And now we're dealing with Fnatic and the departure of the legendary player Flusha. So how has that, Flusha leaving, really affected this roster, Launders?
It's kind of like the Twist leaving Liquid thing, where you're like, okay, Twist, you know how nuts he is, but he hasn't been great, so if you leave him, he might go be great on another team like he's doing on FaZe, and that was the word with Flusha. You know how great he could be, but his stats were dropping off. He clearly wasn't totally in it, but he is also one of the smartest players to ever touch this game. I mean, one of the scariest people to have on your team, and you know, with the majors under his belt and how much he's proved already, he was a big deal. So it's a huge hole to fill, but it's clear that they needed some change. I don't blame them for making that move, but obviously their problems run a little bit deeper.
Explain those problems to me, Maui. What if you had to say Fnatic's top 3 problems?
I think Fnatic's top 3 problems are, number 1 is that if a round goes past the 50-second mark on a clock, I feel like they've lost a lot. I mean, Flusha was historically their best closer. I mean, he's got some of the best clutches of all time, and now you're slotting in this player, Jaquinho, and you can tell in some moments that he just doesn't have the experience like someone like Flusha would have. And also, there's kind of this role change between them, where Jaquinho was brought in as a rifler, and early on in some of the defaults, he would just kind of play these maybe lurk-ish positions, I would say, but now he's the primary opper, so it's JW filling those roles, and JW has never done some of those in his life. He's always been an opper. He's historically one of the flashiest, most impressive, aggressive oppers, and I don't think JW necessarily has all the timings down just yet. I feel like in defaults, his plays are a little bit obvious. I feel like people are starting to read what he's doing, and I think JW in particular, the man at the top left of everybody's screen right now, needs to probably just spread out and watch a lot of demos for his positions. He needs to gain experience through just watching those and trying to internalize what he's getting.
He's kind of going through a Kenny S phase right now, where it's like, well, he might actually get cut soon. The stats are up and down, and usually down a little bit. And if he's not going to be that really flagrant peeking, running through your mama, running through a molly into your mama's house, peak opper, then what is he?
Aggressive.
What's he going to be on your team, right? If he's not going to be that guy running through your and your papa, everyone. If he's not going to do that, what's he going to do on your team? He has to be that guy. You can't get JW to be a device. First of all, it's boring, and secondly, it's probably not going to work.
Well, we'll see if they can rectify some of these role swap issues. And on the other side, we have Mousesports, who also recently underwent a roster change. So Kerrigan going back to FaZe. So how has this really affected the roster so far there, Maui?
Well, I think one thing that Dexter's doing is that in the interview that just played before this with Frozen, he talked about how Dexter is kind of letting the players be a little bit more independent, and sometimes that actually seems to pay off. They have a couple nice victories. I think they just beat FaZe actually pretty recently in a pretty nice fashion. But I feel like they've lost some of their, I guess, cohesion as a unit, which is going to come when you give freedom to individual players. But at the same time, it feels like there's a ceiling if they're going to play this kind of style. And if they don't add a little bit more structure, you've got some great pieces. Acor, we've been hot on him for all these flashpoints, but it's about putting him in the right setting.
I mean, you say we've been hot on Acor for all these flashpoints. I feel like we always start hot on Acor, and then we cool off significantly.
Yes.
Because he was doing great in the group stages of Flashpoint 1, then just disappeared in the playoffs, even though his team, Mad Lions, won. And then kind of the same thing where it seems like once the pressure starts to amp up a little bit, we just ask, where does Acor go? He never seems to be the hero that he needs to be. Is Acor a good roster move for this lineup?
There has always been the suspicion that Acor is a noob stomper, and that he, the lights go out when it gets into playoffs. But I'm not of the camp. When I watch him play, I think he's got it there. I had a one-on-one conversation with him where he said he literally doesn't get nervous when it comes to big matches at all, and he just said it so plainly that I'm going to believe that for the rest of the time. And I think this tournament will be a good litmus test to see if we're past the point of like excuses for all these players playing together, and this should just be a strong performance from Mousesports. So no excuses. My opinion on Mousesports and Acor will be determined right here live at Flashpoint 3.
Okay, so you've given him the benefit of the doubt.
This is where
far.
Yeah.
But now that he's on Mousesports,
yeah,
this is a selection they've made very specifically around him.
Because
so it has to work.
Because unlike Fnatic, who maybe have composition problems, I don't think Fnatic or Mousesports have any. I think they have a great composition. They have a dedicated entry fragger. They have an IGL who frags. They have the dedicated Opper. They have Frozen, who's just one of the best refraggers in the game, plays all his spots perfectly, and the best lurker in the whole game at all. So I don't think there's any problems here from the outside when it comes to composition. So in terms of setting up Acor to do his job properly, they've got the pieces.
And, if you don't need Acor to play aggressively, then he is good at doing his job and playing more passively. It's that maybe he's not the main carry of a team, as it were, right? So perhaps a good opportunity for him. That said, let's get into our vetoes between these two teams and see where they are going to be landing. So first off, we will start with the two bans, of course. It'll be Fnatic banning first Nuke.
Yeah, that's just their permaban, and Mousesports have shown that they can actually ban pretty much any map. They actually have a 7-map pool, so a targeted ban for them in this matchup could be Train. Fnatic also pick Inferno, but they will go for the Train ban, which is pretty nice because the last time these two teams matched up, Fnatic actually was able to beat Mousesports on Train, so a little bit of a flex right there in the map veto, showing that Mousesports can actually do a targeted ban.
Yeah, problem for Fnatic is max right now, their best win rate map is Inferno, which is 50%. So yeah, that's not exactly appealing, but they'll go there because it's at the top of the list, and it's a map they've got to be good at. Of course, and Mousesports, same deal. Best win rate by far on Overpass. It's not going to be an easy veto for Fnatic no matter where it goes, but we're assuming they're a very different team coming into this event.
Yeah, they would have had to prep, and it looks like they will end up on Vertigo, if it gets there, of course. I feel like this veto right now is looking really good for Mousesports, though,
yeah,
honestly. I think Train has been kind of a crutch for Fnatic at times. They really just love it, and the fact that Mousesports says you just can't play it against this, it's not looking good for the Swedes.
Yeah, probably not also good for the long term of them in this major cycle, considering, even though it hasn't been announced yet, and I'm not saying I'm leaking anything, because I actually don't know, but Valve has said at some point in the RMR cycle, Ancient is going to come in, and they just said it will be available for the major. Not precisely the moment, but if I had to guess, this is probably going to be the last RMR we see Train in.
I would agree. Yeah. So you gotta fix that map pool ASAP.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the odds for this matchup that we have from our betting sponsor, Unicorn. And then we will be able to talk about some predictions with our casters and our lovely analysts. We do not have the odds ready at the moment. But
if I had to guess, it'd be like roughly 3-1 if I were the book.
That's pretty heavy there.
Yeah, it is pretty heavy, but
1.3 to 3.5 probably. That's what I would give it.
Well, then I'd bet money on Mousesports.
It's not legal betting advice.
So very heavily one-sided. But we can get our predictions from. You'll see you guys 1.3 to 275. Actually,
okay.
not too far away.
Yeah.
So there you go. They are agreeing with you that Mousesports is probably one of the heavier favorites we have in the matches we've seen so far here in the first round of Flashpoint 3. And we can talk now and see if our casters are actually going to make the bold prediction of Fnatic. Lex will be making his casting debut here at Flashpoint, and joining him is the old hand of Counter-Strike, James Bartle.
I got African genes, my friend. This is youthful. I'm going to be youthful forever.
Cameroon lives.
Exactly. I got them strong African genes, mate.
You know, I didn't comment on your appearance, merely your experience, your wealth of experience in Counter-Strike.
A seasoned casting veteran, right?
A seasoned
Whereas
casting veteran.
I feel like a total noob over here, dude. It's been a couple years since I've sat on a caster's desk, but honor and privilege to be next to James Bardolph, so
It'll be fun. You know,
So predict the game.
Fnatic are. When I'm good and ready, Monty. I'm
taking our time.
I'm in control now. The camera's on me, okay?
It's a split screen, actually.
Do you know what I love? Shut up, little man.
Wow. They were comments.
taking it tight already.
You know,
Just because Launders is next to him.
Fnatic
got
are one of
nothing,
my
by the way.
favorite teams. Do you know what? You could. Never mind. Fnatic, one of my favorite teams, right?
Get him a stool? Is that what you're about to say?
Long time, one of my favorite teams, but I have to go with Mouse. I mean, they are also one of my favorite teams, but Fnatic, I think, if I had to pick one, like, lifetime that wasn't Virtus Pro, it would be Fnatic. But I think that Mousesports, unless you're crazy, I think you've got to go with Mousesports. Well, that's quite a nice portrait, actually.
Lex, are you crazy?
Wow. On there.
You look very
What's he
handsome.
I look almost like a villain in a. I think we need some kind of like magazine. We need to make a
anime?
graphic novel
Is that the word?
with our characters in.
Comic book, yeah.
We did that for
Flashpoint
the
monthly.
intro.
Mario looks innocent. Maybe I could murder him during the, like on the second page or something.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Just offer
I
him
like it.
the-
It is very good
make
likeness
it a
of
bit
you.
dark. Sorry to derail the whole show.
It's okay.
Like,
I enjoyed
James
James reviews his own illustration.
It's chaos. There's always chaos over here. What can I say?
There's no universe in which I'm going to pick Fnatic in this round. Honestly, the vetoes also went the way of Mouse. I think this will be a quick one, honestly.
Yo, Launders, I like your watch, buddy.
You look
Thanks,
good.
you actually picked it for me a long time ago. Oh, yeah.
Ah.
James is a fan of his
Laying
own
up
decision.
himself. His
I need
Oklahoma
to get a
Shocking
watch gang. We
revelation.
need to spread the watch gang, across the desks like a virus.
You recommended some nice ones to me,
Think
too.
enough
I'm considering it,
viruses.
James. I'm considering it.
James,
Okay.
I would want one
You
that's
have
not
excellent taste.
$5,000. though.
Yeah, I need a big
just-
baller watch with a huge watch
Well,
face
what
on
did
it.
you show you're working with, James?
Me. I've
Yeah,
got
watch.
the 89 GMT on today.
Sheesh.
This is the old head.
Stop.
We can get you a nice one, Maui. We'll get
Idiots,
you,
make
we'll
your
get you
predictions, please.
we'll get you a tasteful, well-budgeted watch.
If you get me
We'll
a
do it.
G-Shock, I'm leaving.
Oh, I have money. I have money.
I'm done.
Jason's
I'm
a
actually only
G-Shock
this
man.
tall because I'm standing on my money, James.
Oh,
Dang.
man.
Stacks.
All right, Launders.
Yeah.
Make a prediction.
Mousesports 3
What is our show about again?
Yeah,
I think it's Counter-Strike.
Watch. James's watch hour.
Mouse.
I got Mouse also.
I also have mouse.
Yeah, I got
So,
Mouse.
Sorry
Keep
for the
it short and
bullshit,
simple.
guys. It would be very surprising for Fnatic to pull off the upset, but who knows? We are ready to get into the game, so we are going to pass it off to James Bardolph and Lex.
Thank you very much. It looks like Fnatic are going to be starting on the T side. Love some Fnatic aggression on Inferno. I think that's one of the... if we look at the memories that we've had in the game for many, many years and something that is still true today, I think definitely Fnatic being super aggressive on Inferno, especially on the CT side, of course, is one of my favorite things to watch. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can remember even some of the most fantastic B-side anchor holds from Crims back in the day. I mean, Fnatic, for me, there's a strong legacy, and it's cool to be casting them on a map like Inferno for sure.
Yeah, one of the classic maps in the map pool. It may be around forever. Who knows? That might not be
Probably
a bad
will.
thing. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a brave new world with Ancient in the map pool. That's going to be interesting to see the development in that regard. But Inferno is an old favorite. Interestingly, there is a place called, I want to say it's called San Clemente, which is about a 2 to 3 hour drive from where we are here in LA. If you look at the old Inferno, T-Spawn, etc., with the bells and such, that was the inspiration for that.
Old
And,
teammate of mine, XP3, got married there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emily, great girl. So hopefully we'll get to go down there and take some Pikachus at some point. I'm Not allowed to fly drones there, though. I've already inquired. Well, Fnatic have got a P250 on JW. Love to see that. And going to be charging up towards top mid into a crossfire. Very patient shots from Rob's. Bomb's been dropped towards short. Look at the taps from Acor. Actually, it was Dexter doing most of the damage there. Looks like Acor got the kill, but in fact he didn't. JW 1 versus 4. He has much to do. That bomb is surrounded. See if he can get himself some bonus money. Oh, well, that's a good start. Made it a 1 versus 2. It's doable. And Dexter, he says no. He's come into this one warmed up.
Nice little start there from Dexter with a 3-piece. That's a 3-man, a bracket crossfire. Honestly, Fnatic, look at him start out quick, fast little mid-pop. Doesn't quite pan out. And certainly Mousesports was ready for it. And now starting out T-side, you know, you lose pistol. Never a fun way to begin a game.
That looks like a hard counter. That pistol run. It's like they were expecting that.
Yeah, I could have watched maybe a demo or two, seen what they like to do, but nevertheless.
I love those pops from Dexter. Very patient.
Actually, I briefly lived with Dexter. Winter Fox House.
Really?
Yeah.
What have you got to tell us about him?
Honestly, really nice guy. Super dedicated. Seemed to be grinding harder than everyone else. Not surprised to see him still in the scene. To be honest with you.
Socially awkward, or is he a normie?
No, he's a normal guy.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Few and far between.
I mean, I'm looking at the rest of the Mousesports roster and Frozen's hair. I mean, I feel like it's easy to look normal on the rest of that roster. But
you know, I could speak about the personality and flair of Fnatic all day, but I think Mousesports had the same thing. Obviously, Chris J back when they had Sunny with the Philip Line shoes and kind of all that kind of crazy flair. And you still see that with the newer players like Frozen as well, and his head just exploding everywhere.
I love it.
So we still have the DNA of both teams with changes in their roster. Same could be said with Golden, for example. When he came in, he fit in like a glove to the Fnatic squad in terms of style and so on. No damage done by Fnatic in this round. That's great for Mousesports. But the AK-47s are coming out now in this third round.
Yeah, just a nice clean anti-eco, and certainly look to this as being the bonus. See whether or not maybe Acor could start things off with you know, some scout damage, but you know, for Fnatic, I think this is really where you get the opportunity to set the pace. You know, decide whether or not Mousesports is going to be timid in their mid control, holding out a bracket. But we'll see whether or not this just kind of rolls out into a nice B banana control default from Fnatic. Yep.
Really fun to watch the exchanges on yesterday's Infernos on the 2 matches. Big CT damage with grenades. And it continues here with Dexter exploding Brolan. Well, there is some revenge from Golden. Bomb carrier. Super nice guy is Golden. That's a clean spray from Chiquinho. Early problems for Acor, and top mid is going to be lost, it looks like, unless Rops can get a 2-man spray down with an MP9 from range. Absurd seems top mid. That leaves JW again as a last man standing. 1v1 now as he finishes off the job there. Rops overperforming with the MP9. And Frozen's creeping up pretty close. He's got the superior angle and the headshot as well.
Well, valiant effort from Fnatic to bring that round back in their favor. I mean, that spray through top banana from Golden onto Dexter, even things up early on. But, you know, that's 3 rounds in a row that Fnatic has tried to test the bracket control of Mousesports and been shut down. You know, 3-way crossfire and even kind of, you know, being willing to walk up towards balcony and through apps. I think it was JW the past 2 rounds. But if there's not anything really left to exploit there, you know, Mousesports is going to continue to feel comfortable to hold on to utility a little bit longer. Just, it's important, I think, for Fnatic now to rolling through alt middle and what may become, you know, maybe an apps pop, something like that. Just to somehow get into a situation where Mousesports is willing to concede this part of the map, and yet there's still 3 players here for them.
You can see Miles expectant with that bounce Taichi. Slightly missing the mark, hitting the corner there. JW with the Honey Badger Deagle, as I like to call it.
Gives you extra powers.
If you guys haven't seen that Honey Badger video on YouTube, where it bites a poisonous snake, passes out from the venom, wakes up 2 hours later, and eats it.
Oh, my personal favorites are the honey badgers that escape from enclosures, just the compilations, just it's incredible.
As savage as a Desert Eagle, that's for sure. 1 minute on the clock for Fnatic, who still have a fair amount of flashbangs. I'm really curious about these HE grenades, though. They're being deployed now towards the pit position. Nobody there. Bimas is dead, and the rifle's collected by Chiquinho. There could be a bomb plant in this. Hold on a second. They've got 3 kills on the A bomb site. That is a clean sweep. Mousesports taken by surprise here, it seems, especially with the success of Fnatic on this execute. This is probably a round where they're looking to plant the bomb and kill 1 or 2 people, but they've done way more than that.
That's a promising sign, though. I mean, Mousesports opting to kind of give that map control that I keep bringing up. You know, just play it safe, play back in the site, crossfire from pit, but instead Fnatic recognizing their advantage. You know, they claim bracket control, and they have a nice swift execute into the site that's, you know, Bymus just full blind, waving his hands in his face, has nothing to do.
Oh, no.
PETA, please.
There go the chickens. Have you ever been to Bermuda?
No.
So in Bermuda, there are these darker chickens than the ones we used to have. And they're just roaming around pretty much everywhere. And one of those like black chickens just reminds me of the chickens in Bermuda. Well, that's a surprising first round on the board for Fnatic. Ever dangerous Swedish squad. Have some stolen weapons from that CT side. But the big guns are coming out now for Mousesports for the most part. BMS will be on the French gun. Slightly short of money, the FAMAS comes out. Used to be worse than the CZ at close range.
A-Core fishing for something at mid, but gets nothing. There is another exotic chicken there down towards Mexico, but nothing of it yet.
A-Core is a guy who, for me, still needs to prove himself at the highest levels with consistent heavy output. Speaking of which, here is Dexter again. 7 for 1 at present, and Rops is just creeping, lurking as he always does, hiding in plain sight this time, all the way down mid, and they're expectant of Boiler. There is a question mark here for Mousesports, and JW may answer their questions very shortly. There we go, A-Core almost getting caught again. Fnatic have been successful with their peaks towards long in A-Core's position once or twice. Not quite getting all the damage there, but that is something to keep an eye on as this continues. 4-1 to Mousesports.
Yeah, and I think, you know, both at top mid and Banana, you're seeing Fnatic essentially losing these map control battles, not only just in the sense of utility, being out-grenaded over at Banana. We saw Brawlin getting exploded the round prior, but you know, that is a little bit worrying. I mean, traditional Inferno play dictates that T-side, you know, those are the 2 hot spots. You need to take control of top car, you need to take control of brackets, then you have some freedom of movement to fall back, execute elsewhere. But Mousesports unyielding, holding fast 5 rounds in. And the economy for Fnatic not in a great place. We see some chat popping up, wondering if we're going to get a pause or something, but question would be from Fnatic at least. Yeah, another pause. Whether or not they're going to be able to come up with a plan, some kind of measure by which to usurp those pieces of map control from Mousesports.
It was Khan from Faceit, Khan from Fnatic, who put me in touch with Faceit in the first place.
Really?
Yeah. Which started all this commentary stuff for me in CSGO.
1.6 legend.
At the same event, Devil Walk, a drunk Devil Walk, showed me grenades on Inferno for about 45 minutes. Showed me way more grenades than I was ever going to remember.
Shout out to Devil Walk.
Yeah. He's around as well.
FPX coach, right?
Yep. Top geezer, Devil Walk.
Mm-hmm. Major champion.
Infamous birthday party for him we had in the studio many years ago.
I'm going to need to inquire about that after the cast.
Probably the one of the more uncomfortable moments of his life. Oh man, if you haven't seen that, it's definitely worth having a look. So we can see it's another half buy from Fnatic. I feel like last time they had this, they won the round, and there's an opening kill from them. Rob's trying to hold on to something on the A bomb site. He needs help. Beamer's going through the smoke, but he's being flanked by Brawlin as well. Dex is about to hit Library. Down goes the bomb. Rob's trying to stay alive. Needs his teammates to back him up. That M4A4 putting in overtime, but running out of bullets. The cavalry is hit, but so is the flank coming through that smoke, but will it come in time? Brawlin going for Library instead, actually. He's got himself a rifle now. Crims trying to hide under the balcony. Very awkward position for him, and Dexter wants to eliminate him before Brawlin can activate, and he's able to do that. 1v2 now. Both these Mouse players are low on health. 20 seconds. Brawlin pretty much has to pursue this smoke, and I think the angle is being held by Bemis. So you're really going to wait it out. 10 seconds to find 2 players. Really wants to do some damage to the CT economy here. Try and clutch the round out. Starting to run now, but too many angles to look at. And Mousesports will just about hold on to that one. Another awkward round. Again, Fnatic able to close the distance and really making use of this Tech 9.
And Mousesports nearly fumbling the bag again. Honestly, it seems like they're willing to play, okay, up in your face, aggressive bracket control, just kind of deny that initial, arch smoke that comes out, any kind of pops that come out top mid. They're willing to play under porch. They're willing to play the hard angles at lane. But, as soon as those, forced by eco rounds have come out for Fnatic, Mousesports just seems to wanting to be playing a little bit more careful.
Oh, you've got to land that one. A swing and a miss from Acor, and the trays will continue in favor of Fnatic. 4-on-3 with a minute 40 on the clock.
That's a nice start. Finally winning that banana control battle. First time in the game so far.
It looks like he was on and flicked off, which I think can be the mental block if you're a very flicky sniper. It's like a motor memory thing. Well, Fnatic have a lot of time with which to capitalize on their advantages, but we can see that Mousesports have concentrated their efforts on the A bomb site, which I quite like. Let's all defend A together. If they go B, fair enough, we'll save and live to fight another day. They've made the right choice on this occasion, but how will it play out? We've got the lurk smoke from JW. Does allow him some sneaky angles out of the balcony. But it's more about the threats at the moment.
Yeah, JW might be able to sense this trap if he's able to flush out two of them. Instead, no contact made just yet.
Yeah, looking at all the usual angles. Not sure if he's seen Frozen previously at the graveyard spot, but he may get some information now. The bomb's not committing just yet. Through the smoke they go. Here comes the charge. They're lining up though for Rops. He's good enough for one. Bemis in the clutch now versus Jaquinho and Crims swinging wide, but it's a big headshot from Crims. He delivers. Second round on the board for Fnatic, and they've caused some money problems for Mousesports.
Yeah, almost getting it done as Mousesports, but as you mentioned, a little bit of a detriment to their economy in terms of just the long-term outcome of this half. And you're up 5-2, taking a half by here or even a full save, not the biggest loss in the world, but you don't want to necessarily give too much confidence towards Fnatic in the way that they're running their T side right now. You finally lost banana control first time in the half. It has lasting ramifications there, and maybe they're going to be willing to commit more resources towards that just to keep Mousesports off kilter. But seems as though they're being very cautious economically here. Never mind. As I say that, an op gets purchased.
Oh.
There it is.
I like it.
Full investment.
See, a round like this, again, it's not quite a hero AWP, but Mousesports need to bring the game to Fnatic and get some kind of early advantage. We saw they went for it on Banana previously, and that was a shot that, you have to land. And Acor might go for it again. I think his spawn is reasonable. You can see he's taking was taking an efficient route, but looks like he's lining up some grenades instead. Would be the utility approach. But again, those kind of shots, like you can't be missing those. He had like half a second. It was a sitter.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves, just too much tension.
Play there from Dexter. At least, if you're going to make those issues, if you're going to make those mistakes, do them early, get them out of the system, and come a little hotter later on. Rops have mastered the apartments. Just keeping JW honest for now. Fnatic may be looking for an aggressive play from Mousesports, realizing the money's probably not great. We had it was a funky play through the smoke from Dexter. And again, Acor seems will be the second aggressor here, but look at the lineup. Oh, very nice angles made, but he can't. Can he escape? Oh, there's a chance for him. There could be a flash, maybe from Frozen. No, he's got no utility, actually, just a smoke grenade. But Acor has managed to escape. Almost hitting the mark there. In the meantime, the bomb's just sitting in mid. We can see Jaquinho going for information now towards long. Has he heard Frozen? Not sure if he made any sounds there. Could be ships passing in the night. 35 seconds on the clock, and it seems they will commit to this A bomb site. Frozen could be in trouble with this Deagle as Jaquinho's coming in from the back, and he will never expect this one, surely. That's going to be the key frag. Could even be a multi-frag there. Jaquinho just taking him out immediately as the charge comes in now. There's a crossfire in favor of Mousesports. 20 seconds on the clock, but can Bemis get anything done? We've got Golden flying in. There's no trade frag. They'll all go down, and it will go the way of Mousesports.
Wow, and you just think back maybe 20 seconds ago when Golden's in that little tango with Acor at top banana. you know, a little bit too much respect given there, perhaps. You know, not willing to overcommit, not willing to maybe put Fnatic in a disadvantageous position. And I think that was mostly because Jacquinho had all the way worked up through Arch and into CT spawn. You know, knowing you have that backstab potential over at the A site, it's a no-brainer. Like, okay, I'm going to conserve whatever play I have in front of me, fall back towards A with the rest of my team, and instead, Mousesports, rock solid, Bemis and Rops both holding steady on A. And so far, Mousesports really, I mean, you lost one eco round with a nice Fnatic execute. You had maybe a fluke round where you flub a shot, give away a frag maybe you shouldn't. So it's 6-2. But honestly, I mean, it seems like Mousesports is really settling into this half, and they're feeling good.
Rops 12 for 5. One of the most respected pros in the game at present. Just critically acclaimed by everybody, basically.
It's hard not to. You watch the guy play, and not only is he going to give you that consistency, but can be a flashy player at times.
Look at this creep from Fnatic. Doing well to close in on a site again. No utility. Purely skeet shooting here for Mousesports.
Just an aim map.
Yep, choosing to play from the site, put as much range as they can. You can see Mousesports can fall back and contain the bomb on B. They no longer need to hold A. Crims has 35 seconds to die. Otherwise, he finishes this round of 1700.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's probably a save. He's got money for armor, so and grenades. But it will be a 7th round on the board for Mousesports.
I like this. Just, you know what, you can buy next round if you die here. Just go make the challenge if you need to. Maybe get an op out of the hands of Acor, but doesn't happen. And so, Fnatic working into a buy round here. You know, you've tried contesting Banana. You've got some success there historically, but I wonder whether or not they've got any reads on Mousesports in terms of their rotations, because we did see Jacquinho and CT spawn in the previous gun round. You know, maybe keying in on that side of top mid, being able to exploit perhaps wraps on A site or even splits through to B. But Brawlham early Banana aggression here is forced back by that Molotov at half wall.
Looks like Acor may be playing from short. Oh, he's going for some apartments aggression actually, so I can see on the radar, which is good to see. Changing things up.
Yeah, and JW's been consistently over here and almost getting apartments for free, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not he gets caught off guard by Acor here, but he is dispensing a lot of utility, and JW is just going to walk right through it.
Yeah, was dancing with Rops previously. Speaking of which, Rops has got the pop flash play ready when that smoke goes. Those grenades are always meaty over that half wall. You see them coming and you just can't get away fast enough. 1 minute on the clock for Fnatic, a man down at present. Acor still holding the apartments. Now, GW has to wonder what this means. No utility up top mid, but there's no one here defending it. Bemis in a crossfire position. Rops has gone from Coffins on B to Library on A. And we see all 4 players here for Fnatic now. A lack of info from Mousesports at present, but Acor's position could be interesting. I'm not sure if he'll be challenged in apartments, maybe by Crims.
This is really scary for Mousesports.
Now here comes the push. Acor to start things off. See if he checks his 6 now. Putting out some utility for his mate, but he can't fire his gun in time. So Crims has the high ground, but he still have to plant this bomb. Bemis behind the smoke really challenges where Fnatic can plant the bomb. They've got to deal with him one way or another. 13 seconds to do so. He's purely playing to stop a bomb plant. You can see the swing now from Fnatic to his left. That's such an important frag from Jacquinho. 6 seconds. I think the bomb got dropped for a second, but should be planted for the pit, but there's no one to defend it.
Oh no.
Perfect push from Mousesports, and they move to 8.
Wow. Fnatic really just had the right read. You know, Acor in apartments, he can only get one and get traded out immediately by Crims. And it was just, you know, Bemis sitting there in sight, buying so much time for the rotations to come in. And, you know, with only 6 seconds left on the clock, the bomb down on site, you got to pick it up and you got to stick it as soon as you can. And Fnatic, I mean, they had the read. 3 players towards B. And in fact, I mean, Acor was sticking to his almost overcommitted position towards apartments, despite the fact that he had no one watching his 6. And, you know, you got a limited output on that op, but, you know, As soon as that A hit comes in, you figure Bemis has nobody to crossfire with. There's nobody in pit. There's nobody, you know, supporting him whatsoever. But they're just giving so much respect to Mousesports in that regard. Not really sure what Fnatic can pull out in these next few rounds. I mean, it just seems like hesitation has killed them a few different times now.
5 AKs on road for Fnatic. Acor looks like he's getting wants to get a little more spicy. The usual angles here, but there is a swing from Chiquinho. Left with regret. Early man advantage for Mousesports. So much time on the clock. See what Fnatic are able to do. They need to establish the map control here. You can see them starting in the apartments. Brian showing some presence on Banana as well. Number of times Mousesports have had some tricks in the book here towards B. Flashes over the roof, etc. Still got a fair amount of grenades as well. Smoke towards long. Fnatic establishing control top mid.
Yeah, and they're lucky that they got it for free. I mean, they have, I mean, just check their utility. They're pretty strapped right now when it comes to nades. Brawlin actually almost getting the better of Dexter there at half wall, but you know, I think you said it as well, but I've heard a lot of different people talking about Acor as somebody who, you know, has something yet to prove, and I'm sure he knows it. So it's nice to see him loosening it up just right now. Making a play over here at the arch side of mid, finding 2. This is 3rd on the round. Fnatic also just hesitating on the refrag. 4 for Acor. He does finally get dropped by JW, but Dexter cleans it up. 9-2. Mousesports in a commanding lead still.
Yep, getting more comfortable now. There was good rifle support there for Acor as well. So it looks like he's warmed up somewhat. See the target selection there, not going crazy. He wants to fire with 1 shot and get 1 kill. 4 rounds in a row for Mousesports. Fnatic could still get 6 rounds from this half. They've won with pistols before. They've got a lot of utility around them. 2 Tech 9s. This is an ever dangerous round for Mousesports. But they seem more and more comfortable dealing. Ooh! Oh my god!
Did that dink?
Alive. That sounded like a dink, yeah.
That hurts. But you know what? Kind of speaking to what we were just talking about, I love that he's trying new things every round. You know what? Like if you're worried about your form, or you're doubting your confidence, your ability in any form at this level, you're going to get punished for it. And Acor is kind of opening things up a few different times here for Mousesports. Right here, Dexter immediately getting a pop flash. Just doesn't help him at all.
Frozen is in so much trouble. He needs some spray through the smoke from his teammates at the very least. HE towards the default plant spot. That'll do some damage. But again, these pistols from Fnatic, I feel like, has been most of their success in this half, in fairness. At least one of their 2 rounds was won in a round such as this, and they look good for another one. They'll pick up a bunch of toys as well. There goes the AWP. Leaving Bemis alone on the other side of the map. So another pistol round win for Fnatic. You wonder, what is it they're doing here that they can't replicate in the normal rounds?
It just seems like they're hesitating a lot when they've got some equipment on their backs. I mean, right there, you know, it actually, Mousesports was getting burned over on the A side of the map for maybe playing a little bit too passive, a little bit too timid and respectful on their anti-ecos, and instead over here at B, you know, overstaying his welcome at sandbags. James, I mean, there's so many times where Fnatic really just seem to be in the right position, and then maybe they stop for a moment. They throw a jiggle peek out that's a little unnecessary, but right here, just full send with the Tech 9s. Frozen maybe getting his teammate killed there, but nonetheless, nice 1 dig through the smoke on Rops will certainly sweeten the pot. Now it's 9-3. Fnatic get another one on the board.
Need to see some consistency. I want to see a competitive game of Inferno, and that means more rounds in this T side for Fnatic. Have a look at Dexter. A rabid animal making his way down mid. We've got a blind Golden, and there goes the bomb. Got some players trapped on Banana for the time being, but that won't last too long. Do Mousesports overcommit from top Banana now? You can see Brian putting a smoke up to create some space for himself and his team. Acor now having a look-see, having a butchers. Oh, the angles from JW.
That timing, oh my goodness.
Surely he sees a barrel soon. I can't believe the brutality of it. Still scoped in as Acor. Maybe Crims will see him instead. The edge of the barrel just poking out a little bit, but not seen just yet. It could go either way. And there it is. Very unfortunate.
That's a freebie.
That might be as well. Bomb not spotted, though, by Acor, so there's still questions for Mousesports. It won't be a full rotation. You can see Frozen at the back of the B bomb site and Robs towards A. So wherever Fnatic goes, likely to be a 2 versus 1, but Robs looks like he might want to be active, or is he heading towards the pit? It will be the latter. So it's a 2v1 situation, wherever they choose to go, Fnatic. It's going to be a long rotation for one of these Mouse players.
Yeah, and if your choices are Robson Pit versus anything else on the map, I think this is a clear choice to go towards B. I wonder whether or not dump a full nade set, Molotov new box coming out from Fnatic, or if they're just going to contact in here off the back of the up of Jacquinho, and seems like it'll be just that.
Times could be an issue here. There are 15 seconds left. If Frozen just jiggles a little bit, there we go. He could peek from either side. There's the information. Got Jacquinho in that headshot position. Oh my god, he could swing and find him! Oh, it was close! But the bomb has been planted. A pilgrimage for Rops now, makes his way towards Banana. Awkward scenes for Fnatic. Rops does not have a kit. There could be one on the way. Let's see how he clears these angles out now. He's got to have communication about the fuse kit. I think there's one on the corner there. Indeed, there is. So that'll save him some time. But he still has 2 players to find. Really got to be quick. Maybe trying to catch him on the exit and go for a quick defuse. But Jack's got the angle and the round for Fnatic.
Yeah, a highly fortunate one as well. I mean, we saw that POV from Acor just dancing around in apartments, gets a free one on a JW, and at any moment that really should have been blown up. Just a little bit of luck. But that said, late round 2v2 going the way of Fnatic, getting their 4th on the board. And that's 2 straight. You've sent the economy for Mousesports into the pits, and now you're looking to make it 6, James.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Fnatic. Jacquinho, I believe it is.
Okay.
But the English pleb in me wants to say Jacquinho. I'll do my best.
Same. Maybe a little bit of a pop plat. Nope, not even nades on Mousesports. Just look for the raw battle. And Dexter, who's been really playing confident in this game, finds a nice 1D on a Brolin.
The tightest of angles. That is a disposable weapon. Well, it was a disposable weapon. There will be a swing. Golden. Great spray from him.
Some feel-good frags.
I think he could sense that something like that might happen, but Rops has got a deagle as well. Well, 3 kills on the B bomb site. I think that's an easy rotation. 3 kills on B. Mousesports have a rifle on A. Kind of tells itself. Decision is made for them. Head towards B bomb site.
Yeah, I wonder whether we'll see Ropes maybe deciding to go towards Banana. I mean, you maybe escort a teammate, try and get a frag, get a rifle. I know you know one's down at top car, but considering their economy is as bad as it is, it might be worth it to try and risk a bit here to recover both weapons.
Yeah, Bemis are going on a scouting mission. There was an AK just around the corner. I'm not sure if it's still there. Indeed, and I think Crims will be on the weapon protection racket here.
Wise to
AK
it.
just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
See Rob's just holding the angle to help Bemis secure the bag. Oh my God, Crims. Oh, he's been sharp all game. That's beautiful to see. I love the game sense.
Oh yeah, the crouch peak of doom, just already pre-aimed on the angle, knowing he's going to walk into some kind of a crossfire to get those weapons, and just rips the head off of Robs. And Golden, nice little spray transfer there. Might just be eco frags, but as you mentioned, sensing that, okay, might be a stack, might be more players swinging on me.
Yeah, he positioned himself very well to limit what they could do. That was a pretty interesting round in that respect.
And hey, I mean, it's 9-5 now, and at some point in this game, it really was looking like this could be in Mousesports just running away with it at 9-2. Instead, Acor opening things up in this round, the final round of the half. Brolin already out of the picture. Nice pick, and Fnatic recognizing, okay, there's likely 3 players towards B if Acor's over here, and instead, Dexter's already positioned at Arch, and so this mid-hold might just be disastrous for Fnatic. Never, as I say that, Crims, Dexter both trade. Jacquinho gets one, and Bemis already down, and it's Acor and Frozen to retake it A.
Yeah, smokes are up already. They still have reasonable positions. I think Acor may have spotted somebody top mid, where he's laser focused on that. Crims, great position though by the bench. That'll be a problem. Can he find any of him? He could have gone second mid, but Acor seems to have a reasonable read, but it's just too deep to check. How has that happened?
What?
Oh, this is collapsing. Yakino now, he knows where they both are at the very least. There will be a two-man swing, or a crouch pick from Acor, in fact. Makes it a one-on-one. There's a jump, a slap from Jakino. It will be 6th round for Fnatic at halftime. Great considering how the half started. We'll see if they can claw any more back after the break. And Fnatic now move to the CT side in the second half. For me, personally, often the most interesting half for Fnatic just because of how aggressive they can be. We saw on the T side, Fnatic were passive early, expecting more aggression than they got from Mousesports. We'll see how Mousesports approach a notoriously aggressive Fnatic. First comes the pistol, however. Got double smoke, quad flashes here for Mousesports. And Fnatic are playing a very similar pistol round to what we saw from Mousesports, with 4 players top mid, looking for some aggression.
Yeah, and keeping an eye on Rops over here in apartments. The lone player from Mousesports works his way all the way up. I wonder if this is going to be maybe a... Oh, and the timing on this lurk. These players are just walking down mid right past him. Acor will find it out.
Yeah, he saw the back of JW, and here comes the flank from Rops. Always lurking, he's always in apartments, and he's always a problem, Rops. Crimson Golden now, 2 versus 4. You can see Golden considering leaving the B bomb site, but they know players are on banana. Just needs a little tap on the head. Tanking damage at present is Golden, trying to do what he can, found a 1v1 and delivers, but he's alone now. The bomb is on the B bomb site with some support. Could potentially isolate Banana with the smoke, but the USP is still out for now. He has no idea where that third player is, and because it's Rops, you've got to look behind you. He is indeed about to flank now, but from Banana, he's on the way. Double peek, perfect lineup from Mousesports, and they make it to double figures, taking the T pistol.
Yeah, and honestly, an abysmal start here for Fnatic. That was, I mean, as a confident read, it's like, hey, let's walk down mid. Let's just turn this into a fast flank on Banana, and obviously Rops just blowing that up beyond proportion, and you know they pay for it with their lives. 10-6, a nice start for Mousesports, which, you know, 9-2 at one point in this game. So Fnatic definitely has held the momentum torch for a few rounds here straight, and you know, tightening the score line down to 3 was I think, a terrific job for Fnatic. And moving over to CT side, you just kind of expect be able to carry on that momentum if you have it. But a nice pistol round here from Mousesports to start things out.
Yeah, winning both pistols in the game will certainly be beneficial for them. Always good stats when you can do that. They need to avoid eating the force buy, though, of Fnatic. Similar deagle angles being held by Brolan, but he switches to a grenade. Changing idea, perhaps.
Throws out a shoulder jiggle peek and spots him. Smoke will come out. Delay the Mousesports side just a moment longer. And that'll prompt them to reset back towards mid, seems like.
Yeah, Crims is rotating the scout towards the B bomb site with Brolan heading towards A. Now, Golden has a flash and a molly, so there could be some retake utility here. Crims will play from around the coffins, in fact. So we've got Jaquinho deep in the long corner. Crossfire with Brolan, but that may have to go soon with the smoke up. There's a start and there's a finish. Dexter is down. Frozen leading with the bomb up short. Got to be careful. His team is still top mid. He's kind of alone here with just poking and prodding. Now the team are all together. But look at Fnatic here. They've got 3 players. Never mind. They've got JW. He'll do some damage and leave Crimson a 1 versus 3. All these players could be one-shot with the scout. No headshot required. That would be quite something. He's got a HE as well if he dares throw it. It is an awkward angle here through the door, sideways almost. Robs moves to top mid now, so I'm not sure Crims will be given much of anything. There's the HE attempt.
Almost.
Almost, but not quite.
Yeah, I'm sure he has the information that these opponents are damaged, but there's not a whole lot you can do with just a USP in hand, and certainly the scout might be overkill in some cases, but opting to hang on to it for just one more round. Mousesports claiming their 11th. You know what? This is a strong second half start from Mousesports, and nice clean anti-eco, relatively speaking. It could have gone a little bit worse, could have gone a little bit better, but Fnatic had all the pieces in the right spots, and yet Mousesports cleaned it up nicely.
Yeah, we're talking about a 12-6 scoreline now before the real game begins for Fnatic. Nice cleanup by Mouse. Okay, and sometimes you've got a point man jumping around, just trying to take bullets, take crosshairs away from the teammates, creating some space. I think there was a reload there as well.
Yeah, just create that space, cause some disruption, and be a bullet sponge. But there's Crims, top mid, taking that scout peek that he saves in the prior round. Does some damage towards A-Core, yet doesn't quite get another re-peek out of him. Rob's creeping up mid. Sensing out this anti-eco, fires and almost gets Jaquinho, excuse me. Almost said it correctly.
I've mind screwed you now.
It's all good.
There's a weird time to turn away from the angle while you're crossing the checkpoint, essentially, there. See the bomb's been left on T-ramp. Always nice when you pre-fire someone at the coffins. There are some nice HEs with a boost on the half wall into that coffin position. Haven't noticed any yet in this tournament, but maybe some will come later. Double grenades there for a sniper can be quite useful.
Look at this coffin boost. That is a sharp angle. Crims is going to bait him into it as well. See whether or not Brolan can connect when they do inevitably walk into his crosshair.
This could be very interesting. A very slow, wormy approach from Mao. Big guns, of course. May hear a few pokes of a USP. Well, some bells are rung, but Mao's improving the situation. Jaquinho looking to push through the smoke, and A-Core is ready for it.
That looked super awkward, just turning around and seeing 3 players basically stacked on top of one another.
Look at the HP, though, of these 2 players. JW's got absolutely nothing to lose, and he could, both players on the site, could be one shot with this USP. Picked up the scout now as well. Oh, he scoped in, and surely that's been heard.
Yeah, Jig's up. They know exactly where he is. No reason to expose yourself to him, and it doesn't mean he won't escape with some damage, just trying to get these weapons out of the hands of the T's, but finds one. A-Core near disposable with a MAC-10 and low HP. Looking to build up the bonus bank if he can. 2, almost gets the 3rd on a Robs. He'll clean it up. 12-6 now. Mousesports closing in on an Inferno win here in map 1.
Yeah, but Fnatic needs to get on the board real fast.
I mean, you mentioned it. This is kind of where the game starts.
Yeah, it really is. So, Mousesports don't have too much money in the bank, so there's great opportunity for Fnatic, but the key is to win this round, and with numbers intact as well. Let's see how it goes. Chiquinho with the AWP. Brolan will pick up the AUG, which you don't see too often on Inferno specifically. A lot of mid-range battles on this map. AUG can excel at some of the longer ranges. So let's see how it goes. Minute 30 on the clock. Mousesports cut noise towards the B-bomb site.
Oh.
High peaks. There's a team kill in it, but as long as you deliver the main kill, then more power to you. So it's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, a Yaquinho leg shot robs Acor of his frag, but 4 is all, and certainly going down early on Inferno is never ideal, but as long as you even things up, it's less of an impact on the CT side. You just need to get your rotations correct, and Brolan has it all to do here at top mid as they creep ever closer to brackets, and this AUG is going to come into play real quick.
Ooh.
Or not.
What is it? Yeah,
or not.
Absolutely deleted. Dexter's been good at that in this game thus far. 18 for 10 at the moment, looking for number 19, and maybe JW will be that victim. Perhaps he has an idea of his own. Blind makes his way to the site at the very least. He needs rotation, but Rops is cutting that off in a smoke on Arch at the moment. Golden trying to offer something from the library, and Dexter again is just doing more and more damage. Now Crims finds himself alone top mid. Acor with 3 kills in this round, on a T side no less, before the bomb is planted. Great to see.
Yeah, he's having a heck of a game so far. I mean, it's really started to shape up after, you know, what I would say we highlighted, you know, negatively highlighted a little bit. Maybe his miss over at Top Banana, a whiff. But ever since that moment, he's really been stepping it up, and it's impressive to watch him come into form. But, you know, who's really impressing me on Mousesports right now is the fragging IGL and Dexter. You know, he's so confident on CT side, pushing down at various points, willing to put himself on point, just knowing, okay, if I'm the first to fall, at least I can IGL from the backseat perspective. And, you know, it's paying off for Mousesports because it hasn't even really come to that. He's finding his frags, he's finding his mark. Nice crouch peek on a Brolan over there at Arch side mid, and it really seems like, you know, he's finding these frags where Fnatic are just giving these opportunities to them. 13-6, you know, what seemed to be a closer scoreline, you know, as we closed out the first half in 9-6, and yet to see a Fnatic round win on CT is a bit concerning. But we do have dualies on Crims, which I don't know what he plans to do with it, but I'm a fan.
Let's see Mousesports' approach to this Santi Eco. How do they limit the threat of Fnatic? Well, there's a pop flash play from Fnatic. We can see that Mousesports are holding further back, expectant of some kind of play. And of course, when you're in a situation like Fnatic, you've got to make those plays. You've got to take some aggression, try and ruin the timing of the opponent, pop flash them, steal a weapon away, etc. So Mousesports will of course expect this. Great flash for Rops. Here's the footsteps of JW at the very least. And he's ready for a repeat, but JW will fall back to the site for a brief time. Rops being patient, though. Will get what he's looking for. 5-on-4 with a minute on the clock for Mousesports. We've got Crims creeping up close along with the Julies. Acor is here with rifle support, of course. He can't just try and trade that kill for free. Crims making his entrance known now with those Julies. Good for 1. But that's about it. 14 rounds for Mousesports.
You asked the question, how do you deal with the aggression from Fnatic? Well, Mousesports answers without me needing to say a word. Just kind of hanging out, bottom of banana, awaiting this pop flash, an inevitable peek at car. Yaquinho falls, and really disciplined control, working up mid, just slowly, you know, just biding their time, making sure that there's no risks being taken that don't need to be. And it was Rops coming out of Boiler. And over there, I think it was Acor over at Arch side mid, just not overcommitting, not hunting any kind of eco frags there. 14-6. That's a nice answer for Fnatic. Finally getting some early advantages there from Yaquinho finding the frag on Acor.
Yeah, that was a real clean shot. Need plenty more where that came from. How about some HEs? Very tough job being the guy showing presence on Banana for a T side, subject to so many grenades.
Not only that, but if you're unable to kind of find any sort of control, or you're getting fragged early, maybe falling to those grenades, it's a really tough spot on T-side Inferno to recover that later on in the round without dispensing a lot of utility. So counter victories where you can.
Yeah, I feel like might take loads of the grenade damage on B and then swing because you're low health on A with your teammates to trade your high health players. Can be a pretty rough job.
Never an easy task.
Have those footsteps been heard? I do wonder. Great timing, great trade, but look at the bomb in the CT spawn in the hands and the feet of Brolan, in fact, who drops Rops as well. Much needed for Fnatic, 4-on-1. If they could keep 4 players alive, that would really help.
Yeah, Brolan in this rotator position, coming in, finding that pop flash for his teammate, then collecting 2 of his own. That's a beautiful recovery from Fnatic in this round, where they did find the early kill on A-Core, so that was a great way to start the round. Obviously, that's opened up by Yaquinho at top mid. But Fnatic, they got to string a few of these together, build themselves a bank, and maybe throw Mousesports, a few different looks before we talk about a comeback here, James. This is a large deficit to overcome.
Yep, it is a long way back, and Mousesports have another full buy in the hole, so no break from the pressure for Fnatic. That's their first round in this half. A-Core charging up the AWP now. Love to see the confident play. Remember when FaZe used to do this with Guardian on top?
Oh!
And Chiquinho will be just as successful.
2 rounds in a row that Fnatic's finding a frag early on, and that's Yaquinho really opening things up for them.
That's a meaty one.
That's a penny.
Helps make the difference between the M4 and the AK. All headshottable now. Oh, then there's even more where that came from. I really love how grenades have developed in this game as well over the years.
Yeah.
But it'd be thrown almost like Call of Duty style at the beginning of a round, but now just deliberate, impactful. Big delay between one and the other. You think it's safe to hang around, but no, there's another one.
You can see the tactical thought process whenever you see players using them these days, whereas, yeah, as you mentioned, used to just spam those nades on an exec, but nevertheless, execute, as mentioned, coming out here from Mousesports, and Fnatic holding strong. That's Brolan boosted over here at Nubox, finding 2.
I'm not even sure if they realize, Mousesports, that there are 2 players in that position. So even if they take one out, well, now they know from the kill feed. Golden, there's Crims to trade. 4 players again alive for Fnatic. Building some money slowly, so if they are to lose that one round, they may have a buy in the hole, all things going well.
Wonder whether or not that was...
See him! I can't even see
What
him.
a shot, seriously, yeah. This is really disjointed. One flash goes off at CT and Dexter turns around like, where are my teammates? And everybody's low HP. The importance of tight spacing and trades are obviously paramount in that situation. You don't obviously want to stack up one on top of each other, but there's a serious delay in the swings there from Mousesports, so perhaps... Whoa! Okay.
Yep, take to your own medicine. Now it's Mousesports with the T-pistols. The Golden Koi is out. JW looking to respond. Doesn't want this to get out of hand. Oh, it's a no man's land now, and things are collapsing. The dream is collapsing for Fnatic on Inferno.
Yeah, that FedEx delivery of an op straight into the hands of the terrorists, that's not ever how you want to start out an anti-eco. And, props to Yaquinho for having confidence to repeat the same thing 3 rounds in a row in different forms, to his credit. But Mousesports, I say Mousesports, but really, I think it was Frozen just swinging at bottom mid with a beautiful 1-dig. You love to see that. But for Fnatic, being in a 3v5, haven't elected to gamble with all 3 players. There's just 2 over here on A, and they'll surely face the brunt of this aggression coming up here from Mousesports.
No one has any Kevlar for Mousesports. And I have to say that was really unfortunate for JW that he doesn't... He sees like part of somebody T-ramp and then sees a little bit of somebody in mid, but with so many people alive, can't really just get a clean spray on any player. But again, this can still turn around, but Mousesports have the opportunity to use their numbers wisely. The tagging there, again, the lack of Kevlar a problem, but A-Core is still alive. Brolan now trying to thin these numbers out. Doing a great job of it as well. 15 seconds left, Golden in a 1 versus 2. Rob's having to plant the bomb. Not sure if he can find a rifle in time. He has no idea how close Golden might be. There we go. AK's been collected. Golden's close enough. He's got a defuse kit. You can see Acor's in the pit. The AWP will post up the angle. Now, Golden has half a chance here. Rops has to be really careful about where he steps down. Acor goes. Where is Rops? Where is the bomb planter? No Kevlar versus low health. This is about 50-50 as it gets. The pre-fire. Has he seen Rops now? He was just on the left there. There's a headshot from Rops. Maybe it was 4x3. I don't know. But 15 for Mousesports. They got game point on the pick of Inferno. That was Fnatic's pick.
Yeah, and a valiant effort from Golden. It's 14-8, right? And you're in a situation where, you know, you can buy in the next round, but do you give them potential map point situation in the next round? No, he likes to go for it, and nice shot on Acor in the pit, but doesn't quite close out the 1v1. Yeah, perhaps a 4x3 situation there on a Rops, but 15-8, Mousesports dominating Fnatic's map pick in map 1, and you know, we did see Fnatic answer back with some Yaquinho picks from top mid that really kind of changed the past few rounds, painted a different picture for us, but Mousesports just really being a cut above in this game right here.
Man like Rops. 1080p Jesus.
1920 is the way of life, man.
23 for 12. Leading the server. Dexter not far behind. 20. Last chance saloon for Fnatic on their pick of Inferno. They've got the guns. They've got most of the grenades. Acor in the pit once again. Yaquinho, we can see, is towards his banana position. Line fires a shot. I don't know where the AWP is. The third man from B, Golden, heading towards the A bomb site as Fnatic fall back from banana.
And the question is, Mousesports, will they recognize the read that they just got? Okay, Op just gets shown at top banana, as you mentioned. And the decision is, okay, do we go for bracket control, or do we recognize that, you know, this is possibly going to be a rotate off B towards A? And, you know, either way, you got safe choices in front of you. And with plenty of time left on the clock, an A execute seems inevitable.
Oh, there's no pop flash for Crims there. Could have been devastating if he got the flash into the apartments, but here comes the push from the apartment, and lack of pop flash will be a problem. JW will have to just play passive and will be eliminated. Golden having to fall back. Just as the spray begins. 2 players lost, and it goes from bad to worse for Fnatic here. 5 versus 2, make it 1. Acor's heating up now in this last round. Yaquinho's got a clutch post plant. He's got to find all 5 players. He has a defuse kit. Dexter's heard that. Goes through the smoke, and that's a wrap. Dominant from Mousesports. 16-8 over Fnatic, in control from start to finish.
Yeah, didn't even feel close. And honestly, Acor just lighting up the scoreboard, absolutely finding the kills when he needs to. And I mean, an impressive start here for Mousesports on map 1.
Yeah, looking very, very strong versus Fnatic, who still need to find their feet, it feels like, in this particular series. Perhaps they'll be able to do that in the second map. Thoughts on the first from the desk after the break.
1-0 is the score to Mousesports right now as they take it to Fnatic on Fnatic's own map pick of Inferno. So before we visit Mousesports' homeland of Overpass, we've got to go over this game with my friends here, Launders and Maui. This is about what we expected, right? Pretty straightforward win from Mousesports.
This wasn't particularly competitive at any point, actually. Mousesports was well in control for the majority of this game, as they were in control of practically the entire map.
I think, you know, you can look at both T sides and both explain why Fnatic don't look good, and then use Mousesports as the example of what a good T side looks like on the very same map. And I hate to put it that
It's a brutal
plainly.
combination there, Launders.
It is, but I think, you know, for the average viewer who watches and they say, well, like, Fnatic, I heard they were really good like once upon a time, they don't look anymore, what's the difference? And it's like right now, Fnatic are like Fnatic without the pushing almost, right? They spread the map, they kind of attempt to take both sides at once, they play off-meta Counter-Strike as their brand, but they don't even play it to its fullest, and when it falls apart, it looks so bad.
So how do you guys think Dexter's IGLing is going on Mousesports? If you had to give it a letter grade so far, because he did come in to replace Kerrigan in that role.
A-.
I'd give him probably a B plus maybe. In a game like this, it looked like an A+, but that also, you have to take into account their opponent and the strength of Fnatic right now, and that's where I would probably reel it in just a little bit.
Yeah, that's a fair consideration. Like, Device had one of his best map ever on record, but it was versus Fnatic the other day, and it's like, and I hate to say it like that, like it's some kind of joke, but like, you can get more op kills on Fnatic because they're just not flashing you a lot. Like, it feels like you've got an open server sometimes, and it's just too easy to get kills because of their style, where they just walk around.
Yeah, and you wanted to really get more specific, Launders, about why Fnatic isn't playing well, and we have a round 8 here from this last map that you thought was particularly illustrative of that point.
Yeah, so in this round, you've got a situation where we start off on Banana, and then we have Acor holding the corner, and he's threatening to, you know, take a duel deep down. And there's 2 players around the corner, and they, you know, the perceived that threat is there, they understand it, they get this one trade, and then Acor's alone in this position. Rob's here holding Halls versus JW, that's one thing. They've got 2 ideas going on at the same time in this default. And as this round starts to play out, JW susses this out, makes Rob's fall back, which is fine. And then they seem to be chasing this idea up towards mid. And again, it is still just the default for the moment. But now Acor will start to come back. And Frozen leaves him for this A play. And this is a position where if you get someone close in the half wall, you could either peek them or, you know, throw a flash for this. And here, that swing needed to come down. Golden doesn't get the kill, which is one problem, but then also lets Acor fall out when he was already by himself. Op goes off, and then Golden takes over top banana control. And then here they actually push for Arch, which is nice, and they hear this player going into the back of the library. Chiquino really takes his time coming all the way around, and then they come back to A, and they have a great situation. And I think this is kind of the worst part. Chiquino, I think, sees someone in the middle of the site and then kills Frozen afterwards right there. But he doesn't either convert this information to his team or totally forgets about it because they jump on a site not even realizing he could be there. BMS ends up getting 2 kills, and it looks like they weren't even communicating.
Yeah, it wasn't even really a full buy there on the side of Mousesports either. So despite the early advantages that they have, it seemed like they weren't able to it looked like they were setting up some very patient map control and just not executing properly.
There's also a lack of a read there that the Opera is probably solo towards B, because Chiquino could have similarly found that timing and flanked Acor, and they would have had a free bomb site at that point too. So there's a lot of things you can pick apart in that one.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem when you analyze too. If, like, you know, Golden whiffs a spray like that, it's like, that's part of the problem. They could have got that kill, and then they wouldn't have to talk about it. But now you got to factor that in, plus these other things.
Well, Fnatic did, you know, at least get a few rounds under their belt in this game. So, Mao, you wanted to look at round 12 and talk about maybe a bright spot for Fnatic here on one of their B executes.
Yeah, so Fnatic had a pretty rough T side, as we just saw, but they've actually found some success with pistols. And it's these just kind of simple set plays with a couple flashes to, you know, get some space and take down Dexter. Frozen is blind for practically this entire round. He finally has a a brief window that he can see, but he's blinded once again. And this is when Fnatic look pretty good, when there's a lot more layering to the strategy, when they have this minimal utility and there's just one objective in mind. It doesn't feel like they're spreading all over the place. I'm not sure what the comms are like in their camp right now, but maybe there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But when there's this unified goal, it feels like they're able to accomplish that. And
they're all rushing this 5 on an eco.
Yeah,
they're doing okay.
But at least they're layering the flashes, and it looks like that was a pretty well-drilled play all in all.
I think there's one cook, but the food's getting cold, okay?
Yeah.
Because honestly, I've heard nothing but good things about Golden as an IGL and a teammate. Just that positive guy you see in interviews all the time. And I've also heard he's got like this, giant library full of grenades that he has to work with at his disposal. But you don't really see those come into tactics and strategies when they're actually playing their officials. Instead, it really looks like they take pride in freestyling it and like suddenly maybe don't utilize the amount of stuff that he has in the playbook.
All right, well, let's take one final round here before we head into map 2. And Launders, we discussed kind of Acor and Dexter and their additions to this Mousesports roster prior to the match, and this round really features both of these players.
Yeah, absolutely, and it also just shows you how comfortable it looks when the protocols are working in order, where you can see, Dexter throw an important pit molly on this lane take, and then all the nades are coming out around him, and you can really tell he's not trying to micromanage in that situation, which is hard to kind of quantify, and this is a funny kill to kick things off. The wall bang, you got the body block as well to keep Acor alive, which maintains the op, which is nice. And this situation helps tease out a lot being in a 4v4 as the rotations are a little bit easy, and then they'll move forward into their game plan afterwards. And when it comes down to the lane take, I want to focus on the nades cascading over Dexter as he approaches. And so they're simultaneously gaining map control, but not throwing nades and then gaining map control. Instead, throwing nades while they're gaining map control. And that seamlessness is what makes the difference between a good team and a great team. And what I'll show you with these clears and how closely knit they are this entire time, how cohesive they are and how much preparation they did, I think is the most important part. So Dexter throws this one. That's the catalyzing Molotov. He gets some info here. He's walking up. There's going to be nades coming off to his side. A flash into the site. He has not to worry about pit at all. He can clear out these positions. They know the backside is simultaneously clean. And that just takes the edge off for everybody when they come through. And that's what you don't see sometimes with other teams. And you can't put your finger on why they're not good. It's because that's what it looks like when it's really good.
Yeah, the utility protocols looked really smooth there on the take.
Yeah, and you can throw some of those nades while you're back at lane right around the corner by yourself, but you're not going to get a lot versus a good team. And the difference is Dexter was ready right there to peek with the nade, take over map, and guarantee they can call spots are clean and be there within a second.
Well, great stuff. We are going to be heading into our second map, of course, which is Overpass. It's the first time we're actually going to see Overpass here at Flashpoint 3. We've actually only to this point seen 4 maps, and this is our 4th best of 3. So the first time we will have seen Train, Overpass, or Vertigo so far. And I'm excited for this one because I love Overpass, but is this going to be a pretty easy 2-0 now that we're on the map selection of Mousesports?
Vito wasn't very nice for Fnatic. Such a strong map for Mousesports. They're going to be super comfortable.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic have so much to work on right now, and I will say that at CS Summit, when they actually got to the Grand Finals pretty recently against Virtus Pro, Overpass was a map that they were decent on, but the thing is that their structure was different because Jaquinho was rifling and he was pushing up Khan every round, and now he's the opper, and I don't know how that dynamic is going to probably hinder Fnatic if this map was any indication.
All right, well, we're ready to get back into game. Take it away, Bardolph and Lex.
You had an interesting stat about Fnatic on Overpass.
Yeah, so they're 0-4 in the last 3 months, and the last time we saw them play this map was March. So this is a little concerning going into map 2 after losing the opener on your own pick. Now Mousesports is going to a place where they're comfortable, and I think it'd be a stretch to say that Fnatic, have somehow maybe gotten comfortable since then, but
who'd they been losing to?
Endpoint, I think, was the last match that they lost. There was 16-11, and honestly, that was the best scoreline out of the bunch. So
that's really interesting because, Fnatic CT side is a team that people used to make videos about their demos, like Roland and JW around the A toilets and so on. So we're
some innovative boosts too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we're a long way from that at the moment, but maybe this is where they start to recover. They will be on the CT side as Mousesports execute on this B bomb site. Roland able to get a flashbang from his teammate, but no kills with it. There are a lot of people here for Fnatic, and They need to deliver some kills, and they'll do exactly that. Crims looking for a third one on the reload now as Dexter's around the pillar, but Crims gets that extra kill. Chiquinho to finish off the job. Fnatic take the pistol. They lost both pistols in this first map, so this is already an improvement.
Yeah, that's a good grace considering, and you know, how big of a deficit in the prior map you think. Winning a pistol, maybe cleaning up the anti-ecos, this is the only way that maybe Fnatic can you know, put up a convincing scoreline and make this a competitive map. And, you know, right there, they're ready for a monster pop. Mousesports came through, utilities there. A nice counter flash, even gets foiled. Brolin gets nothing for his troubles over there at Monster, and yet his teammates back him up. The crossfires are solid, and suddenly Fnatic 1-0 taking the pistol here on Overpass.
A light spy from Mousesports. A Desert Eagle or two. Really is a hand cannon, that thing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on these kinds of rounds, not really necessary to invest a ton, especially when we haven't seen Fnatic in a while. You know, you want to feel out how they're going to handle these anti-ecos, see what their setups are like, find anything exploitable.
Triple MP9 and 2 rifles for Fnatic. Dexter going fishing with the Desert Eagle. Mousesports looking to close the distance as best they can, I would imagine. It's a pot flash, and Crims will see some assailants on the way. You can see Brian's position up long, pretty forward with the AUG. If Mousesports go long with numbers, that could be interesting, but of course they are going to concentrate their efforts. That's a great Kobe from Dexter. Taking Chiquinho out of the sky. And it's happening again. The pistols are prevailing and all the rifles are falling. JW and Golden left with MP9s eating a massive flashbang. That Deagle shot really felt like a slam dunk, you know.
Yeah, and he collects 3 for his troubles as well. Dexter on fire right now, man. This whole series he's been lighting up the scoreboard in map 2.
There's no Kevlar for these players. The MP9s could do something, but there are so many angles being held by Mousesports that they've got to give up an AUG, a FAMAS, and an MP9, and the second round. Again, from a T perspective, it's often better to win the second than the first because it puts the loss bonus in the bin. It sets them back even further, the CT side.
Yeah, you can feel the pain on Fnatic right now. Golden JW so badly wanted to press up there through jump up, and instead, you know, Acor, he does fall to the bomb, but does get that JW frag in hand, which means only 1 player survives. That's Golden, and yeah, despite the fact that, you know, the T's are rolling into the site essentially with no armor and very little utility to begin with, Dexter, just off of pure raw mechanical ability, opens things up with just a tremendous frag. And honestly, I think it was, you know, the player at Truck just had nobody to crossfire with at that point, stuck all on his lonesome. It's really a tough spot to be in, and so Fnatic, after a triumphant pistol round victory, fall into the depths of, you know, I would say an economic depression for the next round or two, and so they'll force back into it some deagles, a little bit of armor, and Mousesports will tread with caution into this anti-eco of their own.
AWP in the third round for Acor.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Interesting.
It's going to have to be the hard way for Fnatic, it seems. Completely takes the value away from winning the pistol. Mousesports won their consecutive rounds on either side, if I remember correctly. Fnatic have not been able to do that. Smoke up by the toilets. And Chiquinho will fall back somewhat. You can see JW towards the B bomb site here. He's got the remaining smoke for Fnatic. Time is low. There's reasonable info for Fnatic to maybe concentrate on the A bomb site here. Golden's going to have a look towards Monster. Some jiggle peeking I can see on the radar. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4 players towards this A bomb site. 40 seconds left. Mousesports have no map control towards B. So surely it's an A play from Fnatic's perspective. Looks like Golden starting to back up with the MP9 now. Great range. Punishing the peaks once again. There are some counter flashes to delay. Crims needs some help here. I don't think he'll get any time soon. Maybe from Golden with the MP9. In fact, the bomb spin drops now, and time is an issue, but the headshots are a bigger issue for Fnatic, and the round will go the way of Mousesports with 4 alive.
Just very cautious, disciplined play from Mousesports. Nobody's leaving the side of their teammate. You know, just ensuring that all angles are covered and any kind of pop flash plays are foiled. And Over there long. I mean, that was Acor. I was questioning perhaps the early op purchase from Flowerpot, just holding that angle, saving his teammates essentially. And I mean, from there, it's just cascading dominoes as Fnatic fall one after another. And, you know, it was a light buy, kind of a force considering they had been ecoed on round 2. But just USPs and 1 deagle on Golden is all they can speak for in here in round 4. And it's already, James, that's already shaping up, at least in my eyes, to be a potential runaway train situation for Mousesports and their economy here as Dexter continues to farm.
It's really scary how much Fnatic have been punished for just the basic information peaks. And I think that AWP is going to be real important for Fnatic once they come into their buys to try and control that somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, even on Inferno, they really didn't get their feet underneath them at CT side until Yaquinho had that op in hand, and I wonder whether or not that should have been priority number 1, save for it, just maybe bide the time when it comes to economy. And Mousesports, I mean, just these walk peaks, these info peaks, as you mentioned, just constantly getting punished. Fnatic feels strangled, I'm sure. As Mousesports walk into another easy round here. Golden 1v4. There are some weakened players on Mousesports, but that would be a tall ask to even recover a weapon at this point.
I love how disciplined they are. Even in a 4 versus 1, they're not sloppy. They're not charging in. They're being very careful and respectful to their opponent. And that's how you need to play consistently, make less mistakes over time. Well, this is a chance, just as Golden's walking around here looking for anything he can find, it's a chance for Fnatic to discuss the way forward.
And I think that probably is attributed towards Dexter and running a tight chip over at Mousesports. Collecting round number 3, Frozen, onto Golden. And now we'll see the buy come out from Fnatic. And, you know, as mentioned, not going to have an operator on Yaquinho, which is a little concerning.
A what? An operator?
Did I say that?
How dare you?
Oh, my
Where do you think you
goodness.
are? That's disgusting.
Listen, man.
You've betrayed your heritage.
All I got to say is, you know what, I'm seeing all these articles all the time about NA players switching to Valorant, but, you know, I just switched back to CS. Where's the press? Where are the news articles, man?
We've got double French gun, no AWP for Fnatic. This is going to be a very weak buy. I hesitate to call it a full buy.
True.
So Mousesports have already got some advantages here. There is some utility for Fnatic. But again, with the weapons they've got, how do they make an aggressive play on a map such as Overpass, a more technical map? We can see Mousesports heading up long for the time being. Bemis entertaining in the tunnel. Ronan, fortunate to escape, but what can Fnatic, even before this round started, I wondered what they could get from this with the tools that they had, and it's gone from bad to worse. I mean, things could potentially swing with the damage that's been done to Mousesports, but they have the trade frag capability. Not that it's required, of course. Crims with a hopeful grenade. This was a very painful buy. Very painful indeed.
All goes back to getting ecoed on round 2, but Yaquinho does answer back with 1. Not out of it yet, and his teammate over at Bank. That's Crims just getting caught out. His knee pokes out just a little too far. Dexter capitalizes on that, finds the headshot onto him, and now a 4-on-1. And as mentioned, all of these players from Mousesports are lit.
Acor must have heard that. Look how Dexter's not even planting the bomb. Looks like they want to win by elimination, but now you have to wonder. 18 seconds, and Dexter's alone on the bomb site. The flank is on the way. Yaquinho just avoiding it for a second. I don't think he realizes where he's potentially getting shot from. Here drops. That was very, very awkward. But, well, it looked awkward. They're probably completely comfortable with it.
Right.
It's like, we know where he is. He's saving nothing. Let's take everything away.
A dicey situation at DICE that pans out from Mousesports.
I will say that shows great confidence in the way they played that round out from Mousesports. So I like it from that perspective.
I mean, Fnatic had the broken buy, and you mentioned what can they do with that buy, and how do they answer
really
back?
Buy. Like,
well, it was
really
terrible.
Awful.
You got an MP9, you got an ump, which like already I'm rolling my eyes at, but you opt to go maybe try and get some connector control. You know Mousesports has been abusing the fact that you haven't been in there. But JW was the first to get found out in that prior round, and firing towards Monster. Doesn't quite land his shot. That's Crims. The damage is done. The pop flash comes through. Almost happens. JW instead falls. No damage dealt. Mousesports still so cautious and disciplined here, just milking whatever utility Fnatic does have to offer in this eco round. And now they'll bring their guns to bear as they press forward.
In they go, Mousesports. They've dealt with these situations well. I can see a flank at the back between Jaquinho and Bemis. But Bemis seems ready for it. There he is. Numbers are falling for Fnatic now. There's still a minute on the clock. Mousesports be very patient with this. Again, it's just target practice.
Oh,
nice tap from Dexter. 10 for 3 is Dexter.
This man is on
11. 4 kills for him in the round. He really is. He's got a lot of heavy output in this series so far.
The highlight reels will be kind to him for this matchup. But I mean, really, I mean, we watched that back, and it really just seemed like Mousesports are just biding their time. They're waiting, and the kills are just coming into their crosshairs.
If you look at Brolan on the HUD at present, he has a smoke, a flash, and an AUG, and that's about it, and no helmet. He spent, I think, 1,500 in the previous round. Doesn't have the cash for like a Molotov or a defuse kit. I feel like maybe it wasn't the best use of the money in that particular round, where you're missing a few things in your first full buy in round number 7, let's say.
Oh no.
And down goes Crims. JW, though, is making an effort here. We've got a warbang onto gold, and Acor continues his performance from the end of the last game at the beginning of the second one. Oh dear, they're just fighting for kills at this point, Mousesports. Fighting over some carrion. 4 versus 3, taking the B bomb site with ease. I think if you're a diehard Fnatic fan, this is pretty difficult viewing at the moment. We've got Jaquinho here with the AWP now, 3 versus 4. But it just doesn't seem to be much of a challenge for Mousesports.
Oh my goodness, so easy. And honestly, I mean, it starts with Fnatic comes into this round with a plan. Okay, we're gonna head boost at short. We're gonna try and go for an early pick, perhaps into water. And instead, just on the tightest of timing windows, Mousesports has already abused all of that map control up until sandbags, and there's just no comms whatsoever. I think it was Crims getting caught out at pillar, falling to Acor early on in this round, and so okay, there's no monster anchor anymore. Nobody's playing close monster. Rops just walks back out. Just takes all of that area near trash up towards the grates, walks all the way up to barrels before he gets a free one. And now it's 6-1. Mousesports easily cracking the defense of Fnatic, and even Dexter, consolation prize on a Brolin, leaving no weapons coming into this round.
I don't know. I don't think we're far enough away to say it's nostalgia, but I miss JW on AWP in a game such as this. I feel like stylistically, I mean, I know maybe it felt a bit long on the tooth and change was needed, but again, it's such a big part of the identity of Fnatic, and I feel like it's missing in a stylistic matchup such as this, where that kind of flair could really go a long way. Because
you would normally see, you know, if this is a few years past, JW bunny hopping into short with the op, getting an early frag, falling back. You know, that is what I think you're getting at. And yeah, I think it's easy to miss that as a Fnatic fan.
Yeah. And even if he's going to primarily rifle, there would be times where, if you look at that classic C9 squad of Skidoodle and Stewie and so on, there'll be times where like Stewie would pick up a second AWP and just bring the extra gear in, which is something I like to refer to a lot. Not normally with Fnatic, but
sure.
JW could also be in that position for Fnatic if he's not going to primarily snipe. The primary sniper.
Yeah, I mean, having that capability in your pocket as a team can be huge, but he doesn't utilize it. You know, maybe that's a confidence thing. Maybe it's just, yeah, he wants to play the game. But pop flash yields nothing. Rops gets a free one, bailed out by Dexter for the second. And Fnatic again on an eco round, unable to yield any early results.
It's really interesting in terms of confidence. Oh, hold on a second. Jaquinho with the Desert Eagle looking for a third. Has he got the sound cues here for Acor? Maybe. They're pretty close on the radar, but it doesn't look like he heard anything there. You can see Crims is making his way up. Rops is still outside Monster at present, and he could go on a fact-finding mission. Acor looking, but oh, he's been seen. That's the bomb as well on the radar. They know where the bomb is, but where are the other two? Acor just spidey sense, goes back to the well and takes all the water. leaving nothing for the mouths of Fnatic.
45 seconds left. Bombs over at long bathroom, but Rops is going to get the info here in the coming seconds that there's nobody home at B.
Surely they wait for Rops to go up, because how do they safely rotate the bomb towards B? I think that's dangerous in itself, but...
He's going to have to flank through CT. No other choice.
Oh my god, this is the kind of round which can just collapse. I think he's got to bolt and make a break for it. Acor, he's missed his shot, getting tagged with the deagle now. He's got to run for it. He can't mess around. He's actually going back towards the A bomb site. Rops is on the way up, but surely the bomb gets dropped. Acor, patient play. The smoke is up, and they've got to find this last man in Broland, but he's in the toilets. It will be planted for CT. And there's more to say in this round now. 2 headshots required. Well, 1 really. Rops is on 26 HP. They don't know where Broland's coming from, but it's probably this direction considering Rops' position. They both fall off the site completely. There's no way he's got a defuse kit, surely. They're probably thinking smoke is up. There'll be an instant peek, a tag. Just waiting for a bank peek. Got to move away from the HE grenade. Barely alive now, and I think he's got to collect a rifle and run away tail between legs.
Yeah. Was looking promising for a moment there after those 1Ds from Yaquinho, but a long way to go before you see a Fnatic come back in this half. And
looking at scraps here, in rounds such as that. Now they've got 5,500 per person. We can see a proper full buy with no shortages on this occasion.
I'm really impressed with Mousesports' just control on these anti-ecos. It's definitely a word I would use, but also just their presence of mind to know when they're going to be facing those pop flash peaks. And it you know, several times now we've seen, okay, maybe your first point man does get blinded back, but you've got somebody right there behind them to trade it back out, and a lot of the times it doesn't even seem to need to come to that point. Mousesports 7-1 Fnatic still reeling, but in a gun round here. The short control actually might spice things up. JW may have spotted some feet.
A change of pace from Mousesports, just as Fnatic are getting comfortable with a full buy. They'll go straight into the B bomb site. Rops looking for that trade frag. JW behind the sandbags, but he will get deleted, forced away by flames, and it just goes from bad to worse for Fnatic. Can't catch a break. Mousesports keeping him on their toes, not allowing any sense of comfort for Fnatic. Golden trying to stop the bomb plant, but he can't. 4 versus 2 made 3 by Yaquinho. They can't keep saving here, Fnatic. They're 6 rounds behind on their CT side. A flashbang from Golden. The barrel's been spotted by Beamers. He's got a superior angle now. Down he goes. Plenty of headshots to be deployed by Mousesports. Golden now 1v2. Eats a flashbang. No kit for him. 2 for 7. Worst hand in poker. And it's a really bad situation here as well.
Yeah, and honestly, the situation is desperate at this point. You're about to go down 1-8. On CT side of overpass. And, I mean, obviously that's not a good score line. It's not something that you can even hunt any positives from. But the scary thing is I mean, we're flipping through these Fnatic POVs and we're missing some sprays. Shots are not necessarily landing when they should. And it's costing some of these trades in a big way where, you know, Mousesports, who are, in contrast, so disciplined and so rock solid in their ability to fall one after another through a bomb site, trading each and every one of them out. And it almost seems effortless at that point after you've claimed the site, put the bomb down, and any kind of retake attempt at a Fnatic has just been foiled. Frequently, we've seen Golden in these situations to clutch, and you know, maybe you'd prefer to save a weapon if you had a more even score line, but you need to win some of these somehow.
Overflowing with money are Mousesports. On the cusp of losing money by winning rounds. Rops was just shy of $16,000 at the beginning of this round. 8 rounds in a row. Fnatic won the pistol, got deleted by pistols the round afterwards, and it's just been worse and worse since then. Constantly taken off guard. A quick peek as we can see Mousesports looking to enter into the B-bomb site once again, and Crims wasn't expecting that. Just trying to jump past with his knife out, and this one will be a wipeout, it looks like. Indeed it will be. Yaquinho in the clutch again, looking for the ace. 40% of the way there, but that's it. Very brief round.
Yeah, and they did invest some into that round, but gonna have a bye here for Fnatic. But honestly, I mean, I can't tell whether or not it's how clean Mousesports look or if Fnatic just look like a mess. Crim's there B-hopping out, you know, forfeiting his life very quickly. Rob setting up with 2 free kills, essentially. And it's not as though it's one player or another that's making these small, maybe mental mistakes that are costing the gunfights for Fnatic, but, you know, if it's happening this often and this consistently, where Mousesports are seemingly walking into success. A little concern for Fnatic, but Crim's a bold push off a pop flash through Monster. And that's some anxiously, well, I'd say, quickly given map control for Rops. He knows what's going on, doesn't want to yield any early frags for Fnatic.
So much risk taken by Fnatic to try and get an edge. They've got map control at least for the time being, but we'll see if they hold on to it later, because Rops is the man who's lurking, and that's never what you want if you're the opponent. Seems that Mousesports are somewhat offended by Crim's brazen play through Monster, as 3 men now head towards B.
They took our TV, we're taking it back. They've got our fridge.
With interest. Iquinho, is he good for this angle here? Oh, what happened there? Maybe it's registered through the corner of the wall, but he'll get 2 kills regardless. Well then, finally a strong situation for Fnatic, a 5 versus 3.
Crim's the sole defender on B, and there's a timing window now for Mousesports if they want to take it. They have no way of knowing this, of course, but whether or not they can beat the clock and timing here onto the B site.
They've got to call the rotate now, surely. 23 seconds. JW's looking towards long, and Crims is still alone on the B bomb site. Surely this is enough information. Well, it'll be a 4 versus 2 at the very least. 15 seconds to plant this bomb. There'll be people upstairs soon. Smoke up on the site. They've got to make it there and start this process. JW making his way from connector into the water. A-Core goes. Yeah, Flashpoint on the balcony. They're in a really bad situation here. They're exposed by multiple angles. They'll be in swing. They're lining up though. Will there be a trade frag? A-Core just around the corner inside. The spray from Golden. And Jaquinho with the last. Fnatic double their score towards the end of the first half.
There's a world in which they line up for A-Core there and he collects 2, but doesn't quite happen. I love the aggression and recognizing you're in a 2v4. You got to make something happen. Get an early frag, reposition if you can. Valiant effort. But Fnatic get their second. And it started off even shaky for Jaquinho, who really is the reason why they win this round. But we've seen him with the Deagle in hand, with an op now. Putting his team on his back for a round win.
We're just lacking frags here. Brolan with 2 frags. JW 3 kills. Golden with 3 kills.
Just not enough.
Round number 12. Getting dominated by Mousesports at present, who have the luxury of the AKs, of course, and the trade frag game. They're playing it to a T. Very fast into short B on this occasion. A lot of harassment towards the B bomb sites in general. You can see Jaquinho just hanging around the toilets at present. 3 players still towards B4 Fnatic, but can they deal with these charges? Look at Beamer's heading in there, looking for the sentry. Brosen just wiping out the B bomb site. Complete brutality. It's like Mortal Kombat.
It can't be understated how much difficulty Fnatic has had at B just stopping these Mousesports pushes, and a beautiful play call. You know, understanding, okay, Fnatic have adjusted a few different times towards Monster. Gonna go ahead and pop flash up short then. JW, this is this double op that, you know, you just spoke of a few rounds prior. And unfortunately, there's just nothing to be peaked or had for Fnatic. And they're going to yield a 10th round here to Mousesports. And it's, I mean, I describe it as desperate perhaps. But it's a little bit more than that even at this point.
Takes 16 for 7 now. Turrets on wheels are this Mousesports squad.
A lot of aimers.
Yeah, looking like a very, very dangerous team indeed. 6 rounds away from a very dominant victory. Mousesports haven't seen much hope for Fnatic on this CT half at least. The double ops continue. They'll buy rifles around them. Credit to Mousesports though, they just haven't given Fnatic any breathing space with which to even make an aggressive play.
Yeah, I think the one round where you could maybe a good answer came out of Fnatic. They've opted for short control a few times, but Crim's pushing through Monster to kind of seal that side of the map off. I mean, you know, they just walked away and gave it right back up. So in hindsight, maybe that wasn't even worth it at the time.
That target selection from Frozen was beautiful.
It was impressive. Just knowing.
It would be easier, I think, to aim at the guy who was more in the open, but it just stops that CT from getting around the corner and then just spreads the jam, the Crimson, over to the second one. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'd say if you compared just the prowess and mechanics of some of these players on Mousesports to the way that Fnatic's playing at present form, I mean, it's a no-brainer that the scoreline is this way. It's every time we're spectating somebody on Mouse, John, it's to be had. But also, I'm unconvinced that Fnatic even have a way, you know, maybe steal around a way, but they've had no answer for this long or short B control at any point throughout this game, and Frozen already getting the first one. Golden does answer back with a nice wide swing headshot onto him.
What Mousesports are saying right now is, give us a reason not to do this, and Fnatic have struggled to provide that.
Okay.
Maybe they could finally do it now in round number 13, but the kills go either way. 3-on-3 now, minute 15 on the clock. Rops is lurking, and Acor's also lurking around the A bomb site. And if Yakinio starts to jump peek from behind default, there could be more problems here for Fnatic.
Yeah. Probably the closest round on a gun round we've had so far in this game. 3s all. Back towards A. Front bathrooms, you know, we already see Acor up there, posted and ready for his teammates to arrive on the scene, but, you know, Fnatic have no information on the map, and despite the fact that Yakinio is here with the op at truck, he's going to have an execute in his hands that will require some reinforcements that'll take some time to get there. So buying some time, dropping a smoke at his feet. 28 seconds left on the clock, so Mousesports will be pressed to push in. Rops finds, you know, that op from Yakinio quickly, but Acor does trade it back out. Now it's a 2-on-2, 20 seconds remain.
Bomb planted by the truck. Both T's on the site now as Brolan just flies to his doom. Launched from a cannon, it seems, leaving Golden in a 1 versus 2. Maybe trying to stop the T's from getting into strong positions, but life only gets worse for Fnatic, it seems, on this CT side of Vertigo. Vertigo, overpass. There it is, another kill from Acor. 12 for 4 is Acor. 11 for 2 Mousesports versus Fnatic. They continue to get consecutive rounds after a late single defuse round from Fnatic. 2 rounds left in the half now, and perhaps not much hope for Fnatic at this point.
JW just getting caught standing in the middle of nowhere on B. I mean, how many times have we seen Mousesports just fly up to sandbags, take that initial peek? And, you know, even if it's not sandbags, it's Monster, and those threats are not going away, clearly. I like the reaction from Fnatic there. They flash back into short. I mean, it's like the
in the Australian or Asian time zones is that they're actually horrible for Counter-Strike viewership.
Yeah.
They're really, really bad.
I like it when I'm in Hawaii. It's like nice. I just kind of end my evening with it, or yeah, it's good. That's just me. That's just selfish, I suppose.
So yeah, I'm trying to think of somewhere that would be practical.
Atlantis is up there for me.
Atlantis
or Atlanta.
Castle in the Sky,
Okay,
Atlantis.
Brazil.
Come to Brazil.
Like the crap.
Whoa, this guy just broke
Sorry,
everything.
We didn't need that.
I actually am very sad that we didn't get the Rio Major last year because I think that would be really fun. I think Brazil would be really high up on my list because the crowds are sick there, and I think the energy and the atmosphere would be really, really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of a couple places where the concrete actually like shakes when they've got like a crazy crowd.
Are you trying to say something about their infrastructure, or?
No, just it's like giant concrete stadiums that shake. It's like pretty impressive.
Okay.
At the Boston Major also, I think I wasn't there, but I heard it was shaking.
I think they would have like a semi-football hooligan crowd type, which I think makes for a great atmosphere. So I would enjoy that. I think it was Istanbul as well, which had a similar thing. You know, like Galatasaray-esque fans, just like.
Okay, I had one of my subscribers. Shout out to Broken Stool, my trolliest subscriber on Twitch.
God.
He was
My biggest stream.
I was gonna meet him at in Turkey after Blast Istanbul 2018, and we were there, and and then the event, basically everyone who wasn't a Space Soldiers fan left as soon as they got eliminated, or everyone who was left as soon as they got eliminated, and they didn't make the finals, so the stadium was like empty for the finals. It was kind of hilarious, and I messaged my sub after the game. I was like, yo, if you want to say hi, like I can come say hi. He's like, oh, I already left, like Space Soldiers got eliminated. I was like, did you come to see me first of all? And then I was like, fine. And then we went to go, I was like, let's go to a kebab place or something. So I met him at this place, and I remember I went to cross the street and then got out in front of the venue, and then I went to call him, and then Connor came right after. Scrawny was with me, and he's like, dude, this freaking asshole almost hit me with his Porsche. And then this guy gets out of a Porsche and walks up and he goes, oh, Launders. And he's like, dude, this asshole almost walked in front of my Porsche. And he's like, oh, Scrawny, what's going on?
That's astonishing.
The food was great.
I have been jealous of a couple of the CS events though. So the one in Santorini in Greece, like selfishly, even though I think there are other places that give great crowds, if I had to pick some place that would be really fun, and also the one that Faceit did in Cancun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean James was there for the madness of that.
I almost broke my spine on a jet ski.
Oh.
How does that not surprise me?
Frey has spent enough time with me to know it's run-of-the-mill day with James Barloff. That was great though. That was really cool, and I think we introduced like the region to a lot of players.
Yeah.
Who started going there afterwards. I can hear myself twice, but anyway, that was Cancun was awesome. I think hopefully it'd be cool if we could do something like that one day in the future. Because the World Poker Tour, right? They used to have this series. World Poker Tour used to have this series where they would go to all these exotic locations, and like there was one where they did it in Aruba, and Shana Hyatt was the host, would just turn up on a jet ski like, welcome to the World Poker Tour. And it'd be outdoors in like some windy place, just about.
The cards are everywhere, just flying around.
Some of the cards just stayed put, but it was like a great location, and I always wanted to see something like that in Counter-Strike. Basically, I thought that would be awesome. So
that'd be cool.
It was great.
I think we should take a moment to relive some of the most iconic LAN destinations that we have seen.
Okay.
I think we've got a couple up here ready to have a look at. I think we've got to talk about the LAN Access Arena for Cologne as well as being, one of the greatest of all time in terms of Counter-Strike, and the audience that we see there as well is always consistently incredible. Yeah, there we go. We get this one up.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The one time ESL hired me for an event, it was in Cologne, and when I came out to look at the arena for the first time, just the seating was so imposing. I was like, oh shit, some shit's gonna go down here on the live days. That was great fun. So that was that is a very special arena.
Yeah.
Oh, I commentated here. The Bell Center. One day we went in and they had got us tickets to watch a hockey game the day before. So we were in boxies watching the hockey game, and then the next day they they built the stage over where the ice was, and we were commentating on the stage.
Oh, damn.
That was kind of cool. Yeah.
They did that in one day?
Yeah, overnight, yeah.
Really?
Overnight,
Oh,
yeah.
wow,
It was
that's
actually
incredible.
insane.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was where 6th Invitational was, and then obviously SSC Arena in Wembley. Honestly, James, I think this is probably like one of my favorite crowds that we've ever.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
We
British
had
crowds amazing.
UK crowds.
Yeah.
I did a League of Legends World Championship out of there, and it was really fun. The crowd was great. The venue was really fun.
There's actually a swimming pool under the floor there.
Yes, secret swimming pool.
This is where the major will be held, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And in fact, fun fact, that is where the Flashpoint 1 finals were supposed to be held.
Oh.
I used to do Street Fighter in for DreamHack when they did events there back in the day. I'd be doing the Street Fighter at all the events in Europe for DreamHack. Good times.
I think I went there for, is it Masters was in Stockholm like a couple of years? 2018? Yeah. And the crowd was absolutely nuts there. Like Swedish crowd always always crazy.
Was that the one where Plobsky was like, I was a huge fan of NIP last year, and now I'm on their team.
Iconic. I think we've also got to maybe have a look at some destinations that potentially didn't go so well as well. I think maybe when we talk about Counter-Strike, there's one that comes to mind
Katowice.
for everybody. Maybe not that one. Gamers Paradise, anybody?
Oh, I wasn't there. That was the one where I think they took everyone's passports in the hotel because they didn't pay for they didn't like pay properly to the hotel, so like took everyone's passports.
Oh God!
No.
Is that the one?
This is in Blackpool, Norbrecht Castle. It's like a giant
this?
fake castle made from paper mache, which is just the worst.
You just spit too much when you're talking, and the walls just melt or something.
It's Phoenix Nights. Oh God! Outside in the Middle East. Oh, isn't
or whatever.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro.
Yeah, but the PC's overheated.
Sweating mouse pads. Sweating on the mouse pads.
My PC is overheating.
So why does this keep happening in esports? Like outside events,
Innovation.
one of two things always happens: the PCs overheat, or the sun gets in players' eyes. These always happen.
If you didn't have these events outside, then gamers would never even know what outside looked like.
I actually take that back. Events that are outside that are not organized by OGN. In fact, one of the best events I ever did was on the beach in Busan in South Korea, and it was fucking incredible. But
the Mykonos one was out. Well, some of it was outside, right?
Where the set was blowing away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the tent fell on floor.
There we go.
but also like OGN was on another level of like production and skill because they had done a lot of beach events in the past, and yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it wasn't just a
Super
little
good.
pop-up tent that was not strapped down.
There you go. There's the one.
Yeah,
you
there we
wanted.
go. That's a Game Paradise. And okay, there's some context behind this
The
one.
esports cruise ship.
Yeah,
That was,
okay.
yeah.
So, anybody knows producer here, Mike Bembenek, his dream is to do a LAN on a cruise ship. And when I first joined Face It, he sent me a task of trying to organize this on a cruise ship. I spent a week trying to contact cruise
Oh my
ship
God, he
companies.
trolled you that hard.
And they were like, what the fuck do you, like, why the fuck do you want to do this? There's actually no way we can do this. But he's still dreaming, living the dream.
So
He is a
Living the
dreamer.
dream.
Hold on. Okay. What's balancing the tables and Wi-Fi?
Yeah, no, okay.
So I think that this is just me thinking about it, but I think there are ways you could do it. So
No, there are.
Yeah. I think, once Elon Musk's Starlink like saturates the sky and blots out the stars, then we'll just have internet anywhere. So
true.
we can fix that problem.
Okay.
I think that's a quicker solution than anything else.
And secondly, if you really wanted to go all out, I'm sure there is a way where you schedule the entire cruise ship to go overnight to different locations, have sets
Yes.
on Caribbean islands, unload all the people, do the event, do each day's competition at a new location or a couple days at one location, get back onto the ship, go for a day, and then go somewhere else.
See, this is
That
where
sounds awesome.
This is like
It does sound awesome.
The talent and production, everyone else get to enjoy their time. The players have to constantly think about being a max performance. So they don't even drink like from island to island.
The humidity
They're
levels
thinking
are
about their next match
changing.
because you made the
All right,
prize pool
so
like $1.5 million, and they're just like trying their hardest.
I want to know from Frey if you found other solutions, though.
Well,
Those are my guesses.
I think the biggest solution was just docking the ship and then potentially getting Ethernet on board. But there was a FIFA event where they tried to do this, and I think that was a tipping point for Mike. Then when he just went, nah, actually, like fuck this, let's not try to do this.
Yeah, and also the cost would be crazy if you were
Right?
making multiple sets. But if you did it, I think there's a way that you could be creative over like 3 weeks where you kind of stay in port at one location for long enough. And then, for group stage, you do it one place, then everybody gets on the ship, you film a bunch of content over the next few days, and then you get off like the next weekend and there's another set
Yeah.
up somewhere. That'd be really difficult.
Flashpoint 4? Maybe?
Floating Flashpoint 2022.
Float point? You'll see
Float
it.
point.
Yeah, floating point.
Float point. Yeah.
Well, I don't think we can add anything more to this conversation.
No, I
We
can actually.
found, oh, okay.
I can.
Oh.
One more.
So this is like a boomer esports story. There was actually a tournament on a plane one time flying over the Atlantic. So a now defunct organization called GGL, which was Global Gaming League.
Admin for GGO.
There you go. So do you remember DJ Wheat casting from a plane?
No, but that sounds as horrible and incredible at the same time as you could imagine.
So, yes, this is a real thing that happened. I forget what it was. It was either CS or Quake. It was an FPS, I believe. And obviously, like, they were operating off of like ping, like plain internet ping in like 2004 or no, it was like 2005. But yeah, it was a thing that happened. And
Definitely ahead of his time.
Yeah.
so all
Another
I'm
cruise ship
saying
idea.
is, you know, if we could do it for 15 years ago, let's bring back
Yeah,
plane
that seems way
tournaments.
I hope it wasn't voice activation. I mean, that was us casting
I
off
can't even
the
get on
top.
deathmatch from a plane. I tried.
I was queuing Underlords on the plane, and I was just dropping every other game. So it was.
WhatsApp calls from planes.
So-
I get wasted on the plane on vodka
Call
and
your
4
voice.
people, but I can't play deathmatch.
I actually don't know how GGL had this much money because like the plane was all painted in like GGL colors and everything like that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so this sounds like a blind spot.
They're defunct.
So yeah, probably. So next time we should actually do some research for the blind spot and get the pictures of that. Maybe I can ask DJ Weed if he has any.
Now I'm just picturing like Quake pros on a plane, feeling super uncomfortable, trying to strafe jump everywhere, and it just sounds like a bad time to me.
Well, I think we need some
Yeah, no low
time
sense
to.
on the plane.
I just need, if we do one on a plane, I just need James at one point to say, I am sick of this motherfucking Maui snake. This motherfucking plane.
Wow. It'd be all worth it just for that line.
Well, we do have some more Counter-Strike to be getting on with tomorrow, whilst we're organising Flashpoint 4 on a plane. We've got Heroic versus Sprout coming up first, and then it's G2 versus FaZe to be rounding off the day. Very excited to see these teams taken to the stage, and I think all there is left to say is thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me up here. Thank you for your art on the rocks. Where did you end up placing them?
It's literally a bag of rocks.
Yeah, everybody's got to paint a rock, man.
Mine's over here.
James, do you like how they bought rocks instead of just going outside?
Who bags rocks?
Who buys rocks?
Yeah,
Like that.
guys.
Oh, okay, well, whilst James breaks us out, I think we need to say goodbye. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow with more Flashpoint 3 action. Make sure you join us there.